Aoki at your service. Wait, is it still not working? Oh, no. Yahoo! Yahoo, Parsleys. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I had kind of an oopsie before starting stream today, and I may have spilled tea all over myself. But I'm okay. I'm good. I'm okay, and that's the important part. I didn't burn myself. I was saved by cold water. Yeah. Was it hot? Yes. I think the important part and what kept me away for a little bit was that I was drinking tea while making food, and I was taking it to my room while I was cooking, and I was kind of in a hurry. So I was like walking to my room, and I spilled it on the floor, and I did the motion of like whoop, like I don't know how to explain it, but I basically, there's gotta be a better way to explain this, but I basically pointed my butt outwards to dodge the tea, and in doing that, I spilled everything else that was in the mug all over myself. like a really smart person would, honestly. Let's be real with ourselves, right? And I was like, ah! And I'm really resourceful, resolute when these things happen. So I just went running to get like cold water for my legs, for my thighs, and basically my food got burned in the midst of all of that, and then I had to make food again. And right now I'm taking really strong meds, so I really gotta eat, and I couldn't, like, you know. But yeah, I'm sorry at the sacrifice of a few minutes late upstream. And yeah, while I was in starting soon, there was actually I was eating. I was eating. So I'm sorry, YouTube Parsleys, again, for no starting soon for you and for keeping you waiting, and for Twitch Parsleys for keeping you waiting in the starting soon as well. Yeah, everybody, it's so good to see you. Hello. Oh, I guess we don't have that much time to chat today, but I do want to say, because I would like to finish Higurashi Onigafuchi today, so we can start with, what is the next one? What is the next one? Wait. Next one is Watanagashi, like the festival. Watanagashi, that's the title. So, yeah, but I wanted to talk about Off-Kai a little bit because I haven't gotten to really talk about it. Yeah, that was so cool. Did any Parsleys that are here right now go to Off-Kai by any chance? I know a Parsley for sure went, because one of my friends sent me a picture of a Parsley in the wild with the Sugi Aoki happy. And I think I know who they were. I think I know who they were. It's Gracie. I have eyes everywhere. No, okay. To be fair, if it is who I thought they were, I've met this Parsley before in a meet and greet. So maybe that's who. But yeah, I know everything. I know what you are. I can spot a Parsley in the wild, indeed. Yeah, no, but my friend sent me a picture of a Parsley wearing the Sugiyaki happy. It's not the newest one, it was the other one. The one with the previous outfit design. Yeah, but it was really cute and it made me so happy. So thank you for wearing my happy. When you wear my happy to conventions, it makes me happy. So maybe that's what it's called, happy. But yeah, and then my friend got me a lot of Sugi merch too that I have to pay for. I have to remember to pay for. But so many of the artists were so kind to gift me the merch, which I was ready to like pay for, you know, of course, at the expense of my dear wallet. Wow, merch is so expensive. I feel like I don't need to tell you that, but like, you know, even for me, like, I just want you to know it's not it's not something I enjoy. If I could make all merch free, I would. But of course, in this case, it's all artists that are like, you know, working really, really, really hard to draw all of us and stuff. So yeah, I'm just so grateful that I was drawn for so many beautiful merch pieces. Honestly, I'm really, really lucky. Like, I'm so fortunate. And you know, some of them, I told them, hey, my friend is gonna stop by to get the keychain, and they're like, oh my god, let me like prepare it for you. And I was like fully prepared to pay for it, but they just gifted it to me. So I'm just like so grateful. Thank you so much. I posted about who made Sugi merch for Offkai, and I'm sure that they will have the Sugi merch for other catalogs as well if you want to go check it out on my Twitter. And please check them all out. They're all so skilled and wonderful and talented. And I'm just so happy, you know? And I got a lot of Mint My merch and a lot of merch of my other friends. I got a keychain I got keychains made by Cess, another one of my friends, of all of the girlies, like Mint, Maya, Arisa, Elvira, and I. And I got from Pochaimo, I got I got I got my keychain, of course, but I also got a keychain of two of my Niji Oshis. So thank you, Pochaimo. And then from Hyuni, I got my keychain and Mint My keychain and stickers of them. And I got a Wiwa keychain as well, because I love Wiwa. And I got so many things. So thank you so much. I'm just so grateful. I can't wait to have it in my hands. And when I do, I will show you a picture. How's that? Because I have a picture that my friend sent me, but I don't know if they want me to show, so just in case. But yeah, I hope if you bought anything cool during Offkai or you had a proxy buy cool stuff for you, I hope you got everything you wanted. Thank you so much for the subs while I was yapping away. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Thank you, Bio, for 8 months to tier 1. Thank you. Thank you, Raidning, for 26 months to tier 1. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you, Ralph, for 20 months to tier 1. Thank you. Catter, thank you so much for 29 months to tier 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are like 50 sub points away from Partner Plus, which gives me 70-30 cut, which is kind of crazy. I think like I'm not very good at like pushing for these things because it feels so performative to me, but I figured I need to get in touch with my businesswoman side and be a little bit more open about stuff like that. I don't know. I just don't like, you know, I don't like thinking about stuff like that, I guess, generally speaking. So I say it here and there, I give a little nudge, but I don't care very much. I'm just grateful. I'm just really grateful that we're even close to it. So I more so please see it from that angle, not like an advertisement, okay? I'm just grateful, you know? Thank you so much, Parsley, for always supporting me. I'm really, really grateful. Thank you so much. You can't just do that while I'm saying that to not take it very seriously. What? Thank you for the 5 gifted, lovely X33. Welcome back. Thank you. If you gotta get to sub, please say thank you to the gifter, okay? Please, and thank you so much, lovely. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Barsleys. As I was saying, it really is like, I don't know. It's one of those things. I feel How can I say this? I think I'm really happy. I don't know. I'm really bad with words. You already know this, but yeah, I'm really happy. I feel like I'm truly having so much fun. Yeah. Yeah. Hopecore. Let's do some Hopecore together. I'm having so much fun by just being myself, and I really hope that I can inspire others to do the same. Be you, Tiffle. No, but seriously, I feel like it's so important and so easily overlooked, so I hope that even though it's cheesy, I hope it's a good reminder to receive Kale. Thank you so much for the resub for 16 months, Kale. How are you doing, Kale? Hope you're doing well, Kale. I feel like there was something important I had to tell you today. But maybe in the midst of getting burnt and burning my food and having to make food all over again and eating really, really fast without drinking any water. By the way, let's hydrate. I remembered. Happy birthday, Soren! Happy birthday, Ahsoka-chan! Happy birthday, Sora! Happy birthday! Hope you had lovely birthdays so far, or yesterday, because some of you didn't tell me yesterday that it was your birthday, and I couldn't tell you. But happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday! Dear Ahsoka, Soren, and Sora. Happy birthday to you. Yeah! Happy birthday! Oh, and I promised Ahsoka-chan. I hope it's okay to give you a little gift for your birthday. Okay, I have to pamper my girl Parsley, so okay, we don't have very many, and I have to do it. I have to do the fan service for them. Okay? I'm sorry, okay? I gotta do it. Don't force my hand, okay? Okay, anyways, it's Higurashi Day today. We're gonna try to lock in. I'm really gonna try to lock in and finish it today. I will do my best. It takes me a little bit to go through all of it because it's a lot to voice act, but I will do my best. I hope you've been enjoying Higurashi as much as I do. Probably you can't because there's so much you don't know yet, but which means that there's a lot of exciting things to see. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that cool? I hope it is. I hope you're looking forward to all of it. Honestly, I feel like if I play this consistently every week, maybe in like 6 months we will be done. We will be like done with Higurashi, which is not years. It's, not years. So we shall see. But yeah, let's hop on. Let's not dilly-dally anymore. Honestly, sometimes I think about streaming Higurashi every day. If it wasn't for how intense it is on my throat, I would do it. Because I love Higurashi so much. So I hope you will love it. You're loving it. And if you don't, I hope you will learn to love it. Okay, are you ready for peak? Oh, I'm ready for peak. I love this opening. Okay. Higurashi no naku. Let's go! She looks so sad. Pikachu! Ah, my Oshi! Higurashi no naku. It's peak. Did you enjoy my very professional singing? I hope it was very professional. La 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 la. Nico, thank you so much for the 3 months gifted sub to Sora. Thank you, happy birthday. What the heck, 3 months? That's crazy. Wow, how do you do that? Why do you do that? That's crazy. 3 months? What? Thank you. What in the world? All right, are we ready? I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I'm so excited. I'm so ready. All right. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm not ready. I really need to drink water. Honestly, I chose the worst day to not be hydrated. Let me like slurp some water really quickly, okay? Okay, do you hear me chugging my water, by the way? When I chug my water? I hope you can't. Hachi, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? And hello, Devil. Hello. Hello, everybody. I haven't really gotten to say hello to everyone. I hope everyone is doing very well. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Hope you will enjoy with us. Feel free to say hello again if you want me to say hi. But if not, a general hello to everyone. Yahoo! Yahoo! I hope you're doing amazing. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to start Higurashi. Well, not to start it, but to start our session for today. I will do my best to voice act everything the same way, but as always, I don't always remember how I voiced the characters last time. So I will just go by feeling. If anything sounds different, I am so sorry. Hi, Hachi. Hachi, I don't know if you know, but I think we met during District B. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. But yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. All right. Where were we? I feel like, wait. Okay, no. Oh my god, I literally almost freaked out. I almost freaked. Literally, because I don't have the save here. I have it in the quick save. But I almost, oh my god, I thought I didn't save. That would be so bad. Okay. I'm ready. Let's go. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should give you a bit of context. Maybe I need a bit of context, actually. I think with this beautiful ambience of a phone ringing in your ears, I hope you're enjoying that. I think last time Keiichi was sick. He didn't go to school. Yeah. And he was talking mad smack about one of his friends over the phone with a police officer, letting him know that his personal like suspicions about someone, but not really anything solid, anything, you know, he should be thinking or that he has the right to think. Oh my god, this ambiance is so good. I'm not distracted. What do you mean? Anyways, yeah, so basically that's what happened, and while he was doing that, there was somebody behind the door, and guess who it was? It was his friend he was talking mad smack about, and she was there for like an hour, and it was really scary. And yeah, there seems to be a lot of weird stuff going on. People are kind of acting strange, not like themselves, kind of aggressive. I think that's pretty much it. Hey, Mom was quite the worry ward. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice. Oh my god, I hate that sound so much. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello, this is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but shall I put him on? Huh? Is this Matt? Wait, hold on. Huh? Is this his dad? So sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? Kei-chan! After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together, except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. What a prank! Wait, is prank a swear word? Actually, I'm not sure. I feel like I've been particularly bad about what is a swear word and what isn't lately. Or maybe I'm like hyper aware because I found out recently, semi-recently, like this year, that dumbass is like a curse word. Sorry I said it, but like I found out that it's a curse word and I didn't know. And so I feel like everything I say is a curse word now. Like I'm hyper aware. It doesn't help that the person who told me was like, you have such a potty mouth. I was like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. Anyways, I don't think it's a curse word. Really? Well, I guess it depends on who you ask. You asked this also last stream? Oh. Well. Well. Anyways. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know? Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserve. Rika-chan said how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know. So, Kei-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see? I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry. Both Rena and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. Wait, what does that mean? Also, this game definitely has cursing, and for theatrical purposes, I will say it anyways. I just ask because I ESL, and so there's a lot of things that I don't know, and I'm curious. But for theatrical purposes, I will say them, okay? Unless it's like something really bad that I really shouldn't say, which I don't think there's anything like that here. Okay, she hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion... Oh, Rena is coming. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness, you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say? It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen.
Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Nii-chan's grandma made.
Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion.
Yep. There's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one.
This is Gei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you going to do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans?
Nii-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry.
Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess.
You're right. Let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan.
Yeah?
What did you eat for lunch?
The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch?
Oh yeah, because he just had lunch with that police officer I told you about, right? So it's like,
do they know? Like, what's going on? What she said was so insane. It was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied.
So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun?
The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed, at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
Well, was it good?
Oh, why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I am overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. Seems you were with a rather austere, I think. Seems like you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he?
Tony, thank you so much for the 3 months of tier 1. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the concert. Thank you.
The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
Oh? Keiichi-kun, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder?
I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking.
Because
there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too.
We weren't talking about anything, you guys. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena. Haha.
He's so good at lying. Wow. He's so good. You couldn't even tell that he's lying. It's like really convincing. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that?
Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like it was going to explode.
Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that.
I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other as started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kei-chan? Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright? The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew that Oishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden in Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. This guy, I feel like there's a lot of leaps in judgment. Is it just me? I don't know. He's jumping to a lot of conclusions. Like the more we go into this, it feels like, I don't know. Hi, Tyrion. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mia knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because someone from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the changing character from the usual mild-mannered Rena and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Even now, he's so goofy. Oh, he's so silly. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Nika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was silent. They are my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hiramisawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Miyondre, Nasatoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It's all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. I still don't know what Rena's affliction is. She has dysautonomia, apparently. It's what we were told. So like a nervous... Oh my god. Somebody else can probably explain it better than I can, but it's like a nervous disorder, I think, or something like that. Which makes the nerves act on their own, basically. So I think that's what he's referring to, probably. Yeah, just in case, for context. Hi, Ghost, welcome in. Yeah, I have been playing Higurashi for a little bit. Okay. Okay. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't even have asked Tomitake-san about the past incidents on the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't. That's right. So that's why they killed Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider, speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. What? So, we went from they are my friends to they killed... What? What's happening? Oh. They'll probably kill Oishi-san as well, for trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be killed. Both Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamisawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 Anyways, I settled into a daze. It was a what? I settled into a daze. It was a I can't say it! I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. Ah, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me, but wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it, to fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation. What is happening? Like, can we talk about the drastic change in tone right now? Like, bro is freaking out, and now he's like, oh, I wish I had some tea to go with this mochi. Bro, what? Okay, like, fair enough. Like, that's a good combination, sure. But, are we gonna, like, address whatever the hell is going on with you? Like, are we gonna talk about that? Wait, unrelated, but I forgot to say something. Okay, so I didn't know that you were supposed to activate super chats on YouTube. But then one of my friends told me the other day that I didn't have them available in my channel. It turns out you had to turn them on. I didn't even know. I didn't know. I feel like I had them activated. That's so crazy to me. I had no idea. But anyways, I forgot to tell you earlier, but yeah. That's so funny. Anyways, lock in. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening out the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plum red bean paste. Oh, so yummy! Red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. I love red bean paste. Oh my god. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, D, A, B, C, D. Me when I know the alphabet, guys? Shut up. Shut up. Anyways, now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena had to be different from hers. Thank you for the super lovely. Oh my god, I can say it. Thank you for the, what is that? Like how can I see what color they are? I want to say it. I want to say it. I want to say the thing. I think it's Ao Supa. Is that blue? Thank you for the Ao Supa, lovely X3. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nice, my first Supa. Thank you so much. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi was made very neatly. So well that just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Orange? Is it orange? Thank you for the orange soup. I apologize. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Yeah, you're right. The tone shift is so funny. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were just from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made one. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Rena had made was this one. E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid, as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Hey, mochi is a high-class Japanese dessert in my eyes, okay? I love mochi. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion, but well, first a bite. Well, mochi isn't a meal though. Like, why is he? Oh, Kichi rage baits me so hard. Like, what is he talking about, bro? It's a dessert. You have to eat something else, and then you eat 1, maybe 2 mochi, depending on the size. It's not a meal. This guy. This was, or maybe for tea, yeah, but like, usually you don't have that much of an appetite, I guess, at that time. Or at least me. No shame if you do. Nothing wrong with that. Anyways, this was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. The deciding factors would be presentation and volume, the well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena, the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. Okay, I'd only had 1 bite of Rena's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decisions. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long, and it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. Okay, don't... like, if you find something in food, you're not gonna, like, play with it with your tongue. That's kind of... I don't know. Maybe that's just me. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on the end of it. Ah, yes. There was a hole for a thread goes through. Like it was a sewing needle. Yeah, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh. What did I mean? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my fingers in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if it was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. Well, yeah, duh. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. Bruh. Can we talk about this line? What is this? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. This guy okay? Like, this dude, is he doing okay? Like, okay. Alright. Well, The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. Howling? Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. Ow! Okay. This wasn't. Is he turning into a werewolf? Ow! Oh my god. Well, you're up and sorry. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion and others, they consider me an enemy. What? And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me, not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I crushed my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. Ay, Katie-kun. Katie-kun! Kill him! Like, maybe he's right. It's just the way he's speaking about it that is... Oh. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, if there were needles in his mochi, that's kind of like... I would be really paranoid too, not gonna lie. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to krill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You mean that there's one that does it indirectly? It's possible to induce a suicidal mental state, is what I mean. That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be?
Well, I feel like that's kind of common knowledge. Like, let's hear the words we're saying. Suicidal mental state. Hmm. I wonder what that is. Like a person with a okay, we're gonna skip over this part because I feel like it's just not necessary. Blah blah blah. I just want to hear about the drug itself. You know. Mm. Oh, you know something that's really interesting about this while we skip over this part, is that I think well, so Ryukishi07, the writer of this, actually we're just gonna skip this because I feel like it's just not very insightful for us right now. The person that made this game was a social worker before writing this visual novel. So, you know, he knows a lot about the topics he touches upon, both in this and Silent Hill F. I think it's so interesting and cool, and it makes the situation so, like, enriched in such a wonderful point of view on this, honestly. I really love this writer so much. He's so cool. He's so, so cool. I want to read so much more of his stuff. Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. Then it's prefectural assembly member Sonosaki and city councilor Sonosaki. That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related. It's dirty is what it is, shouting out each other's names during elections. While one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities, Koma-chan. The second investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election laws. I'm not cut out to handle intellectual crime, 'cause I'm dumb. There was prefectural assembly member Sonosaki and city councilor Sonosaki. Also the mayor of Hinamisawa, so they're all influenced by the Sonosaki family. What crap. Looks like they were seen off by the deputy chief and the department chief. It came to me. I guess we are, Kuma? I don't know. I don't know who we are. That night, when the department's chief invited me along to get some Oden, I thought that was it. Eh? Takasugi-san! No way! No way! That's a Parsley! And an Ichi. That's so cool. You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something, have you? Nope, not a thing. Ma'am? Isn't he talking to Oishi? Does Oishi go by she, her? Ma'am, I'll take a tofu. Oh no, he's talking to a waitress, I see. I'll take a tofu fritter and a fish cake. The counselor stormed in on the police chief in a rage. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural assembly member Sonosaki and city councilor Sonosaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. Okay, I'll say this. They are not like Yakuza. They are Yakuza. Because I feel like that's not, you know, it's not really how it is explained, actually. But they are. And I think it's important to know that, okay? All right. It's like Yakuza, but it's different because usually what people see more commonly as Yakuza is like the type that you see in the Yakuza game. So very city Yakuza, very like corporate Yakuza. I don't know how to explain it, but more it's different, you know? In this case, there's a lot of it that is like involved in other aspects of culture that you don't see that much in a big city like Tokyo, you know? So yeah. Okay. There you go. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Goodness me. I'm not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomitake's death. Really? I hope so for your sake. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Hmm. Hmm. Whew. That was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. No, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own. Oh, I guess I'm Takasugi. Oh my god, I'm Takasugi. Wait, I'm Sugi. Wait, that makes sense. I have my own car, but it'll be rushed to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Or is he call? I'm so confused. I think I'm Oishi-san, but he is calling the taxi for his friend, I guess. I don't know. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address. Well, see you again tomorrow. Best wishes. Oishi-san. Yeah. The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your severance pay and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to her birthplace. It's the least I can do. And the pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Susukino. The chief said he may have to reconsider issuing your special retirement salary raise. A public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly. Wait, isn't that the name of that one show about working an office job and being really sad? Severance? I think so, right? A public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire, so a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. The Office? No, not The Office. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes the payout is quite significant. I'd expect no less of our egghead chief. Quite the model veil thread. But well, considering how our pay comes from the public's hard-earned taxes, it's the way of the times, I suppose. It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's such a model response, but given how hard you've worked, it's not at all odd for you to take home such a good package. Personally, I'd like you to get it. If I can get it, well, of course I want it. You'll get it, as long as you're an adult about this. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. Are they threatening him? Wait, am I crazy? Doesn't it feel like they're like, well, if you don't, badger more about this, we will give you a raise. What? Huh. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Nah. Oh man. I wonder if I'll be able to repay that loan. Why did he jump scare me? Okay, like that's fair. That's a fair concern to have. But like, why jump scare me like that? Oishi-san. Oishi-san jump scare. Okay. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence as if whomever they belonged to was words? Okay, I got this. I'm gonna be brave. A moment of silence as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was a sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Oh my god, jump scare. Ah! Eek! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Ooh. Whoa, Katie, what's the matter? Sorry, I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. I hate it when that happens. I hate it. Welcome in, Taylor. Welcome, welcome. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that it was still not well. That I was still not well. Well, Katie, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if I had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a eraser inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Can you rate my mom voice, by the way? Like, should I be a mom? Am I gonna be a cool mom if I become a mom at some point in my life? Do you think I should be a mom? Just based on my mom voice? Can you do it again? Okay. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? There you go. That's my mom voice. Yes? Neutral? Neutral? Young man. Actually becomes a mother. What does that mean? Change that. Add 2. I feel like I sound like a mother. Not in like a mommy way, just in like a actual mother maternal way, you know? Not saying anything? Eh? Do you hate me? Should I not be a mom? 8 out of 10, not my mom. What? Should I just not be a mother? Joke's on you. I'll still be a mom. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know. I feel like I sound too what's that word? I feel like there's a name for an umamusume horse, like a Japanese horse. It's like jovial or something like that. I sound too young. But I mean, my mom got pregnant with me. Like, oh, well, no, with my sister. Pretty young, pretty close to my age. You know, there would be other things I would have to sort out, like who would be the father, for example. No freaking clue. But like, you know, that's for later. That's for later. I'm not ready yet. You'll be a great mom. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Okay. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. What is this guy like just... he hates everything. He hates everyone. I mean, he is so a teenager. Sugi would be so daddy. Do you think I'm masculine? Do you think me? Do Do I look pretty masculine? I mean, I'll take the title of daddy. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'll take it, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving daddy, you know? Kitten. Ew, ew. Also, can we talk about how, oh my god, Ahsoka-chan got the commission the other day I told you about, right? She got a little gift for us, which is so beautiful, and I used it as a thumbnail yesterday. But then she captioned the post, Koneko-chan. Okay then. Parsley's know me so well. Parsley's know me so well. Oh my god. Anyways, oh my god, I did say I was gonna lock in, didn't I? Okay, anyways. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It would be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on now, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Readalong comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, KT? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I shouldn't just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable, and it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... Gulp. I swallowed hard. I once again Sorry, that was so silly. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. What I did really something so unforgivable, but Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. I feel like I have an issue with this. You know, maybe some of the things that are happening are for sure, we are certain about. But he's jumping to so many conclusions. Oh my god. If there's one thing I learned from this game is to never jump to conclusions. Honestly, it's a pretty good lesson because I used to jump to conclusions pretty easily. Yeah. But I'm getting better about it. Not like this. Definitely not like this guy, you know? Keiichi, your foot is going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rena will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Hi, buddies. Hello. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mum hurried me along. Come on, Rena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Polar? Oh my goodness. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side, was it the Rena I knew? Didn't you just say not to... Oh my god, he makes me so upset. He's the #1 rage baiter in the world, isn't he? He's #1 rage baiter. It's like, I mean, I would be really scared too, but like, I feel like he keeps contradicting himself and it's like just annoying, you know what I mean? Like, for your own sake, maybe just, if they are truly dangerous, maybe it would be best to just not really think this way. If you think that the solution is to just not be like super paranoid, you know what I mean? Like, why, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Anyways. Let me drink water really quickly. Too paranoid? I mean, if I really think about it, if my friend puts like a sewing needle in my food, I'm likely gonna be really paranoid too. But like, I don't know, I would... I feel like sometimes when I consume this kind of media, I feel really dumb because it's like, I don't know. I think to myself, I wouldn't think anything about this. Like, I would think, oh my god, what a klutz, you know? Like, it slipped into the food. Ha ha ha, you didn't mean to do that. Like, I seriously would never jump to the conclusion that my friend tried to poison me and put a needle in my food and kill me. Like, I would never think all of that, you know what I mean? If they are truly my friend. I mean, and I wouldn't be friends with somebody who does that. I don't know. You low-key might die first in a horror movie? Don't say that! I haven't watched countless horror movies and played countless horror games for you to come into my chat and say that right now. No! I would assume they hate me? What? Really? Oh my god. I don't know. I would ask. I think the thing for me is that... Okay, hold on 1 second. What happens to me... Sorry, I needed to clear my throat. What happens to me, which I think differs from what happens to this guy, and you know, doesn't let it get that bad, is that, you know, whenever I'm worried, I talk about it. Crazy concept, I know, like, that's crazy, but if I'm worried, I talk about it. And I feel like a lot of the time people don't like love that, I guess, because it can be, you know, people asking you like, hey, is everything okay? It can be pretty like jarring and annoying, and I guess, like, you know, if you haven't done anything for the other person to wonder if everything's okay, then why are they asking you? But if something truly happened, like, I don't know, something happened that made you feel not accounted for, not regarded, etc., or mistreated, I don't know, I talk about it. I speak on it. I'm like, hey, this hurt me, this bothered me, like, was that intentional? Was it on purpose? I don't know. I feel like people aren't used to that level of communication though. So it's always a little bit jarring whenever I have to talk about something like that. But because everyone thinks that I hate them afterwards. I'm like, no, if I hated you, like, I probably would just move on with my life and not say anything. You know what I mean? But because I want to keep being your friend, I feel like I have to say something, you know? So I guess that's my mentality on those things, but and why I usually avoid like paranoia like this. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. He's a kid, to be fair, you know? I don't know how anyone could get a sewing needle in your baking. Okay, that's true. That's a fair point. But I don't know if I feel like I wouldn't just assume, especially if it's someone I see every day that I have to talk to every day. I will say something like, "Hey, did something happen? Like there was something in the mochi you made and I'm a little confused. Like was that intentional?" Cuz I don't know, I feel like just assuming that it's intentional is equally, well, not equally, but it's really bad too, you know? Yeah. It's easier to think the real world isn't a movie out to slime you. Really? Yeah, exactly. It's a lot easier to not gaff. People are more used to keeping things to themselves. That's fair. I think it's difficult to be like vulnerable and open. You gotta like in order to hold somebody accountable, you gotta be vulnerable too. But to me, what I don't know, what helps me open up when I think about that is if I really care about one of my friends and I think they're doing something harmful that they wouldn't want to do to me, but they will keep doing if I don't say anything. Not this example, but like, I don't know, just like a certain kind of attitude or a certain kind of disregard. Like, I feel like because I care about them, I need to say it. Like, hey, this really hurts. I don't want you to do it anymore, please. Or like, well, not like that, but I would appreciate it if you just, with me at least, you didn't do X, Y, or Z, if possible. And if that's not possible because whatever reason, then please walk me through what your actual intention is so I can understand it and interpret it better, you know? I think that's my mindset, and I think what helps me when I'm like, well, it doesn't matter what I feel, which doesn't happen often. I think it matters what I feel, but if and when it has been that way for me in my past, in my life, I've always just thought, well, it's the least I can do for my friend is kind of hold them accountable and tell them, hey, like, I don't know if you realize it, but this kind of hurts, you know? Yeah. I hope that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm just super weird. Maybe that's weird and annoying. I don't know. But like it's my point of view at least, you know? Hi, Shy. Hello, and hi, Tutel. Hello. Can't wait for you to play Umineko. I really want to read Umineko too. Yeah, I really, really, really want to. I don't know if I would stream it, but maybe. Umineko is another when they cry game. And, well, I don't want to say anything, but, it's the one they cry universe. Uh-huh. So, yeah, maybe we will play it at some point. You don't really bake mochi, to be fair? I do bake mochi, actually. What are you talking about? I literally bake mochi. I literally make ice cream mochi. I have shown on stream the ice cream mochi I've made before. Am I getting rage baited right now? With the context he was given, it's like adding fuel to his paranoia. Of course. Like, this is isolated. 100%. I'm just more so talking, like, in general. It could also be the grandma. Maybe, yeah. But we don't know anything about the grandma, so why would we think that it's the grandma anyways, right? Homeboy lives in rural Japan in the 80s. Is it the 80s? I thought it was... Oh no, the 60s is Silent Hill F. Yeah, they probably tell him to man up. That's true. When you put it that way, communication is like... is bad even nowadays. Imagine 40 years ago. Hell no. Like, nobody was talking about anything. No. Oh yeah. Oh, what? I literally said that so fast it blurted out so weird. Ohayo, Panpan. O genki desu ka? I think in this case, specifically, his paranoia is justified because his friends have been acting extremely out of character. For sure. Yeah. I agree. There's a lot of weird stuff. There's lies, there's stuff being hidden, I think it is justified. 100%. All right, let's go. Let's lock in. I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual.
Morning!
An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder?
The manner in which Rena was concerned was without a doubt the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget it, all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure.
Can you make it to school?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Great! Then let's go. Mii-chan is waiting.
Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Where did the music go quiet?
But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it.
As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then?
Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she's so cute.
Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. Dang! Oh, that's my worst fear. Like, somebody thinking that everything I say is just silly nonsense. To be fair, that's not entirely wrong, but sometimes, but I feel like it's just a mean thought to have. You know? Oh my god. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, aren't you a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead.
Uh-oh, did Mii-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun.
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
Keiichi-kun smiled.
Huh? What? Rena stopped and stared at me.
I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But now you seem fine.
With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, how can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days, more specifically from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling.
So, Keiichi-kun? Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all?
That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that.
Keiichi-kun.
I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maebara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way, naturally, of course, but both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. Had to say something quickly.
That...
Rena playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
I see. So, did you eat all of them? I wonder?
My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rena made?
That homework, was it due today?
Yeah, it's due today. Mita will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you.
A penalty? We both laughed at each other again. So, a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena.
Lies!
I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugo-san moved away to Hinamisawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. Ugh. I don't like him saying that. What? I don't like that. That's icky. I don't like that. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change, but I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two, but she broke all of the windows, all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Oh! Ah! Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates, aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Oh my god. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rena smiling at me right now. Man. Excuse me. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wondered what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something, or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. The sound is so awful. Oh my god. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her, dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Oh my god. This is crazy. Meaning I would be the next window. What? Okay. Okay, Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. Oh my god. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. What? What is happening? Like, this isn't happening, right? I'm so lost. I'm so confused. I don't know. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, it didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me, turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gained nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. What? Eventually, there would be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish black spray would shoot out. What is going on? Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily. Oh my god. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so... that was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths were... That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to the doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that. Because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew this was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists? Or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning of my own convenience. To my own convenience? Yes. Regardless of whether my opponent were human or a curse, I won't let it kill me, as if I would just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all. Ooh, Katie, what is happening? Okay, oh, I need this guy to calm down, though. Like, there's obviously things that are certain, right? But there's so much that he's just making up, no? Like, am I crazy to think that? I don't know. It's just crazy. Nudge, thank you so much for the gift of such a crazy. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Hello, Nudge. How are you? And hi, Crazy. I don't know if I say hello.
Katie-kun, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder?
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all of those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Ooh. Boing. As I slid... Wait, hold on. Is the volume a little bit low? I think it is. There we go. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk... Chalk? That's how I say that, right? As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Why is he such a poet? The way he narrates himself.
How befitting for the Trant?
Trant? I don't know how to say that. Let's go again.
How befitting for the Tron, Katie-san. Good morning to both of you, Katie and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan.
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
What is this? How discouraging indeed.
I want you to know that when Satoko speaks, I do the Ojozama hand, and I can't help it. I'm not trying to, honestly, but I just can't help it.
Katie doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him today, Kay?
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Hey, Keitan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning.
What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you?
I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over.
Huh? What about the homework?
Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's?
Ichiko said he forgot his homework.
Jeez, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Slashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss, but of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Me when I'm a seal?
Awesome. So awesome. Wow. All right. I will go get more water really quickly. I will play Forevermore by Sugi Aoki. Oh my god, wait, that's me for you. And I will be right back, okay?
Alright, I'll see you in a second.
This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow. Silence, but it never felt right, searching for my reason to fight. The like branches are paths intertwined, and you called out my name with a smile. Like the first light of spring, all my doubts melt away. When you reached out your hand, I knew I could face this with all the strength that it takes. Now I know I will prevail, you by my side, with all that the future entails. Our journey before us has only begun. We'll face the unknown if our hearts beat as one. So I'll go, never give in, cherish this hope you gave me and carry it forth. No matter what the seasons may bring, these flowers will blossom forevermore. I'll take a stand and give roots to new life, gather my courage, run into the fight, facing this war for our kingdom I sing. Our voices protecting this forest is hearing our call. In the times I'm aware that my thoughts are too much to bear. But the moment you brought this verdancy into my life, I knew I was free. Now I know I will prevail, you by my side, with all that the future entails. The bonds between us are never undone. We'll face the unknown, persevere till we've won. Now I know I will stay strong, all of my fears fading when you came along. No matter what, I'll stay by your side, and we'll face the horizon into the sky. So I'll go, never give in, treasure this faith you gave me and carry it forth. No matter what the seasons may bring, these flowers will blossom forevermore. This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow. Silence, but it never felt right, searching for my reason to fight. The like branches are paths intertwined, and you called out my name with a smile. Like
like the first light of spring. All my doubts melt away. When you reached out your hand, I knew I could face this with all the strength that it takes. Now I know I will prevail. You by my side with all that the future entails.
Yahoo! Hello. I got a throat candy too. Do you call it that too? I call it throat candy. I don't really know if that's how it's called. Okay. I'm ready. All right. Ready? Let's go. Lasagna? 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 No. Like a honey candy that's good for your throat. It's just like literally a candy. It doesn't have menthol. It's just honey for mine. But yeah. All right. Let's go. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just bidding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using his seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn, I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily, never. I feel like, it's kind of crazy because like, he's the brother of one of them. He was probably friends with them and he's thinking all of these things for no reason. Like, yeah, there's, you know what I mean? These are the things that I feel like it's just such a leap in judgment. Like, I don't know. If there are things to kind of like hold on to argumentatively in terms of what has happened and that we know for a fact, it's like, that's good. You don't need to think about all these things, you know? Were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Renat and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Oh man, are you an idiot, Keiji Maebara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe the sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It's like he's fighting himself in his mind. Wow. Hi, Erk. Hello, welcome. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. Cut it out, Keiichi Maebara! Don't you realize they're out to kill you? I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends who I had been happily laughing together with up until last night now intended to kill me? Right. You're too soft, Keiichi. This time, I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle. Ugh.
My, Keiichi-san! How rude of you to even think about leaving.
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. It almost physically hurt.
Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were going to win big together.
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi. Maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Trying to the slap sound effect kills me, bro. Like, I know I'm supposed to take this very seriously and it's like an emotional moment right now, but like, what is that? Bro, please, I need a different sound effect for the slap. It's supposed to be like serious, no? Why is it so goofy? Smack, bro. Smack. Okay, anyways. Sorry, I just needed to let it out. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Okay. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face.
Keiichi-kun.
Yeah, was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Oh, he's having like... He's doing the thing we were talking about, where it's like, they would tell you you're weak if you are a guy in the 80s trying to be vulnerable and whatever.
Are you alright? Does your head hurt?
Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home. I wonder?
No, it's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. I just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei-chan was so bent on revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before too.
Keiichi-san doesn't have the blaring desire for a rematch? How pathetic.
I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate.
It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry. Everybody. See you. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, that's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Hard in that heart, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move, but I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivety. Well, naivete, I think? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now, completely. Your curse does exist, so seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Ugh. Oh, this is so sad. So despair-inducing, you know? Yeah, dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup was normally tantalized my appetite. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. That was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? It felt like it was an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business, I wasn't able to pick up much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. Isn't Oishi considered like an ally technically? Right? Bland, does he want an extra needle? Yeah, this food doesn't taste so good. It feels like something is missing, isn't it? I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somehow eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Maybe you should go to a psychiatrist, though, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, maybe you should go. Let's see, I don't know, maybe. I'm just saying, you know? If he's not counting Oishi, then I don't know who would be an ally. Yeah. Feels like he cannot see anybody as an ally. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well, considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples. I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maebara family to have an accident or just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case, after I found out things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. This guy, like, I'm just, what is he saying, bro? I feel like, like, I'm also kind of a detective, but this is just too much. This is just too much, isn't it? Hi, Stella. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Did you have a good time at Off Guy? I saw you wore them in my cosplay. I miss Midnight. I talk to her every day, just so you know, but I still miss her. I'm so normal. I'm so normal, guys. I am so normal. Anyways, let's go. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were, in. Oh, that's cute. Like, he feels protected by his parents. That's, thank you for the kisses to Stella. Thank you. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to conceal that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. I don't know if he doesn't care about his safety. Like, even that feels like a weird conjecture, because although Oishi-san is kind of reckless with the information he gives him, I feel like he is ultimately doing that for his, like, sake, even if wrongfully, even if he is, like, wrongfully, like, he's misguided, you know what I mean? I don't know. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Not to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even though that was the best course of action. Oh, even I thought that was the best course of action. So then what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out of Oishi-san. No question. It was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa, so if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just had to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, A long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san would be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. This is not good. Whatever is happening. Maybe he's right, but whatever is happening is not good. No? Like, is that a leap in judgment too? I feel like that much is for certain. It doesn't seem to be going very well. Doesn't seem to be going very well right now. Okay. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. That's really funny, I guess? Question mark said no one ever? It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof, and that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. So he wrote down, I'm scared for my life. I don't know why they want to kill me. And that's it? Okay. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. I have a news for you, buddy. I have news for you. I think it already seems that way, but I don't know. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. Excuse me. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with a scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. I feel like a good way to do that would be just setting the time completely wrong or something. You know? Writing journals is actually a technique advised by psychologists for introspection. I write a lot of journaling. I journal a lot, but like I feel like it's I feel like it's just the way he is, you know. I wish it was introspective. I wish he would see that and be like, wait, actually, I don't have that much to go off of. Like, I don't know, you know? I know these things for certain, but I don't know that much. Like, I wish he would have absorbed that information. I don't think he is, though, you know? Ugh. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Katie? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy are having something urgent they're talking about. It's me, I'm Mommy and Daddy. I didn't think I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die, both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents wide open. Both my. Whoa, wait. I just realized what I said. Scratch that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, okay? Both my parents remained wide eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop glass and I really like it, so please. What's the matter, Katie? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. Only that? He just said that? I'd be so scared if I was his mommy and daddy. Oh my god. Kichi-kun, mommy and daddy are really scared. I think you are scaring me. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom, I almost call her mommy. I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed, not when I still knew nothing. No, they try to question him, but he's too fast and too sly, you know? He's too sly. He's too ready to hide, I guess. I mean, I would still be a little bit more interrogative, I guess. A little more inquisitive, if you will. But I guess they don't have the same amount of concern as I would, honestly. I don't know. I guess they don't. Well, I don't know if we're gonna finish this today, honestly. We still have quite a bit to go. We have... Well, if I really lock in. If I really lock in, maybe? Okay. maybe I sound like Rena.
Kana? Keiichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood.
I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Oh my god, I hate you, Mion. Why would you say that? It is the 80s. It's 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 the 80s.
Mi-chan, that's so gross. What do you think?
Don't know. Could be that Kei-chan, maybe...
I don't know.
That day Kei-chan was in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah.
No mistake.
That Oishi, he probably fed him something fishy.
He looks serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale.
You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Uyashiro-sama.
Huh? What do you mean?
Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie.
Oh? Is that so?
The year before last, when Rika-chan mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi.
Now that you mention it, he was around before Satoshi-kun transferred out too.
Transferred? You're so sweet, Rena.
So this time he's appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun is going to be demoned away too?
An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter. Eh? Okay, what? Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Was? What? This was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally, yeah, unilaterally. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. Wait, jam and instant cocoa? I never had that, but it doesn't sound bad. I guess I just never thought of doing that with jam. That's interesting. Like with Nesquik, I guess? Something like that.
My Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event?
Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stewed after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it.
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today.
Then what will you do for lunch?
I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store.
Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt.
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket.
It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well?
No, just me.
Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early?
I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes.
Hey, Keiichi, wait!
It's not that I didn't trust my parents, I just couldn't rely on them.
Okay, sorry, oh, I think lack of trust like this gives me the ick really bad.
They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice.
Oh my god, what? He's so mean to his mom. I don't like that he's so mean to his mom. What the hell?
That's crazy. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone.
Parsley's, please, even if you have a complicated relationship, please don't be mean to your parents. Be the bigger person. I know it's difficult, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to be that person. It doesn't matter. Like, stand up for yourself if you ever need to, but with grace, and don't be mean unnecessarily, okay? Please, okay? Thank you.
Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day, so I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met with Mion. The length of the trees, shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamisawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me.
My, Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning?
The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of face, that's all. I threw out a random excuse.
What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today?
Oh, well, yeah. I was being asked the same questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. This is so pretty. Wait, it's such a pretty village. Oh my god. Even if I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Geichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Ugh. Beep beep! A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Blared? Yeah. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth. Oh my god, these words. Why is he uses such complicated words? A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. It's based on a real one. I know, and it's really pretty too. Yeah. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Socratic! Thank you so much for the resub for 8 months. It's been so long. I hope you've been doing well. Hey! Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Oh my god. Ooh, oh, it's gotta hurt so bad. Ooh, that's crazy. He got basically almost got ran over. That's crazy. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. Yo, Coffee, thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? Welcome in, raiders. My name is Sugi, Aoki, Woodland Dragon Bard, and Guildmaster at your service. We are playing Higurashi. We're pretty much at the end, so, there might be some spoilers if you're not familiar. Higurashi is amazing. I love it. I recommend it. Heavily. It's really, really, really good. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Please get some rest, of course. I'm sure you worked hard to hang out with everyone. So yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And of course, Raiders as well. If you need to go get some food or some rest, absolutely feel free to do so. But thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. I got hit by a side mirror of a stopping bus once and it really hurts. Oh, that sounds so painful. Oh my gosh. I hope you weren't heavily injured or anything. Wow. That's scary. All right. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped up suddenly. Wait, damn it. This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. Oh yeah, just for context, I am voice acting to the best of my ability. So yeah, if I sound a little weird or like exaggerated, it's because I am trying to voice act. But yeah, just so you know. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back onto the road. Muddy patty reminds me of Krabby Patty, which is so stupid, but I keep thinking about that. This is a crime, goddammit. I don't want to swear. I have such a hard time cussing. Okay. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Shit. I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. Gasp. Okay. It was just the S word. It's not so bad. I know you don't even care. But I don't like swearing. Personally, I just don't like cussing, okay? I just don't like cussing. I don't mind if other people cuss. I just don't like cussing. That's all. And I don't want to hear any taskaru or anything like that when I cuss during this playthrough, okay? Never, ever, okay? Never, ever. Never. Hi, Vivi. Hello. Oh my god, did you have fun at Off Guy? I saw your posts. Girl, at this point, we might as well be ooms, honestly. I need to follow you. Literally, I get all of your posts on my timeline. Always. Isn't it weird how Twitter works? Like, I get every post except from the posts of the people I follow, which is, I don't complain because I do get a lot of posts from like people who like the same VTubers as I do. So it like kind of, accentuates my love for them. Not gonna lie. Wow. I honestly, like, I feel like one of you out there knows who my Oshis are. Like, you are probably wondering, you're like, I think this is likely Suyagi's Oshi. Um, but I will never say it. Never. You bought Sugi merch? No way! You should show us. You're in the Discord, right? If you want, you should share. I want to see. Narlene, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Know what to do next time? Wait, I forgot about what we were talking about. Oh. I'm swearing? Do you even know what Taskaru means? I don't think you would say Taskaru, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be so real. That's so funny. Okay. Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person, taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Whoa. Okay. I think a car is trying to run me over. I don't know if you heard that, but there was a really loud car outside. Okay. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would... moment? Wait, did I become British for a moment? For a moment? The result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. Isn't that like, oh my god, there's a name for that. No? Eczema? I don't know. I guess. That's the only thing that comes to mind. Amorment? Oh my gosh. Bro, I wish I knew how to do an Australian accent. I've seen so much of that meme. Have you guys seen it? The one that's like, oi. No, that's not what it says. That's still British. Girl, there's like a thing. You know how like there's the whole meme of like you shaved like saying something with the different expressions, right? Right? And then there was like kind of like a, I don't know what it was because I don't remember, but there's like this quote that's like how do like Australian tsunderes work or whatever. It reminded me of that kind of thing. And it's so funny when people who are Australian say it, bro. It goes like, wait, hold on, I have it here. I can't say it though. It has like really bad it swears a lot. Do Australians cuss a lot? Is that like an Australian thing? Can any Australian confirm? What is it, like 10 a.m. in the morning for you right now? Good morning. Can you confirm if you curse a lot? Oh my god. I feel like I was pretty good. I was pretty good at like copying Australian accent when I played Valorant because Sky was my main for a little bit. You shaved you shaved your bush. Should I add doing that to our goal next year, next month? Wait, you're getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong. Should I add doing the voice acting challenge, guys? Literally, I have said it many times. I have a beautiful hair of beautiful head of full luscious hair, but I have a skin condition that doesn't. I don't have any hair on my body, which is really bad, by the way. So, don't shave ? Or do, but like be mindful of your skin ? Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, anyways, I struggle to avoid falling into a panic. I need to move on. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi, but also don't be so naive, Keiichi, being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. I need a moment. I just need a moment. Okay. Anyways, if my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. This guy, bro, this is crazy, mate. Wait, is that a good Australian? Oi, mate, that's crazy. Do Australians say mate even, or is that like exclusively a British thing? Or do British people say mate? I feel like maybe that's just a stereotype, honestly. Now I'm paranoid, bro. Wait, oi mate. Yeah, okay, oi mate is real. Okay, that's Australian at least, right? I don't know if there are any Australian Parsleys out there, actually. I'm not so sure. Mate? Oi mate?
That's all I know how to say. Oh, and District V too, because there were like 50 people that were doing an Australian accent when District V was happening. Everyone was like crazy Australian core. Oh, it's more of an Australian thing. I see. Okay, anyway, sorry. I said I was gonna lock in, guys. Come on. Like lock in, please, okay? Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. Oi, mate. I recalled the tales. Oi, she-san. Oi, she-san. Oi, mate. I'm sorry. There's something wrong with me. I think I have brain rot. I know I have brain rot. In fact, should I show you this now? Okay, you're gonna keep the secret from me, right? If I show you an art piece I got, will you keep a secret for me? Will you? Okay, you know what? Wait, hold on. I'll just do this. It's kind of bad if I do this, technically speaking, if I really think about it. But, whatever. Hold on. I'm so not sure how this is gonna look. Can you see that? You can't. Technology is fantastic. Wow. It's so cool. One second. How do I show you this? Actually, I don't know if I can show you this. There's too much entertainment going on here, you know? Okay, anyways, let's just not. You'll get it when you see it later on. Welcome in, Jin. Welcome. I recall the tale Soichi-san told me of when Hinamisawa was still called Onigafuchi, a frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with these demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. Same when I suspected it was the work of man. I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was a bystander? No. What I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Okay. Oh my god, I thought the chapter would end there. I was gonna be like, was that an entire chapter of him just rambling? I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable.
In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense, definitely. Okay. My exploration of classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the... in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko.
Good morning.
Rika-chan, you're the only thing that's good in this world. I love her so much. She's everything. So cute. Take you home. This doesn't bode well. Yeah, you know. It doesn't, right?
My, you're quite early this morning, Kei-chan.
I nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back.
What is it with your outfit? You're covered in mud.
Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush, just as I expected her to.
He's such a weirdo! Keiichi, what the hell? That's my daughter! Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all?
I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching.
I'm not a lady, so it's fine.
Huh? Rika-chan, no! Avert your gaze from this weirdo! They're all kids, but like, you know. No, don't say yippee to that! Don't yippee. What happened to the yippee? What the heck? Don't yippee that. That's not a yippee moment. That's a not yippee moment, okay? She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then starting now, you're a lady.
If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must.
Rika-chan? The real pervert? Rika-chan appeared to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
Are you going to start playing baseball?
It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, you know, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing.
I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health.
She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again but stopped and looked back at me once more.
Please, don't lose that bat.
It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long. Just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly.
That doesn't sound very light, but okay.
The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon, would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped.
Okay.
Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
Oh, Kichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team?
It was Rena and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's a part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? What? Okay, but you can have a diet without being fat. And also, that's a crazy thing to say. What the heck? Bet you didn't know I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. He still jokes the same way, too.
Plump and jiggles.
Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. What the hell?
Why does Rena like that?
That's crazy. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw Kamedakun is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Oh my god, that's scary. Damn it. What am I laughing at? Muchikairi. What that? I don't know. I haven't learned that yet. I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, he's freaking out. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damn fool, Keiichi Maebara, come on now. I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Yeah, Kichi-kun, Kichi-kun, I think, um, is he okay? Like, I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. Why does he speak like this? he, I just, I can't stand him. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
Kichi-kun, come on! It's club time!
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
Come on, Kei-chan, stop spacing out. Bring your desk.
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
Kichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess.
She's like, is it because I'm a girl? Wow, she's just like me. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Okay. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. The bat was soggy? A metal bat was soggy from sweat? Huh? Huh? Okay. Anyways, realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears picked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooden path, crowded with trees, responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me, and just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. Okay. That was without question proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seems I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached, step by step, stepping into the tree shadow. I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena? When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
No, not really. It's just...
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club?
Since you're not... I'm not...
That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play.
But I'm just worried about you.
Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like this to trail me. Huh? Like try to tail me, there we go. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out ride with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath and she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me.
How?
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me!
But my house is in the same direction.
Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. That is crazy.
I'd like to go home together. With you. I don't know if that's such a good idea. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if that's such a good idea. I feel like we should know that this is not a good idea.
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
I'm sorry.
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go! I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then! Hurry!
I'm going. So please, stop with the bat. It's scary.
Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Barraging? I The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also, unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
Well, excuse me, but, can I ask you something?
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What?
Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder?
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want.
But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly?
It's all right if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat?
Because, Geichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird.
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird?
It's weird,
she answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. Everything annoys him. Everything. Oh my god. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that?
Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why, you too?
Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
I'm sorry. Don't get so angry.
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing.
I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled out loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked me her final question.
Why is even your bat the same?
What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying?
I mean, why is even the bat the same?
I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's?
Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be Satoshi Hojo? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it?
That's not it!
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him?
Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball.
What does that have to do with me?
Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports.
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself, all of a sudden, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. And one day, he suddenly...
Then one day he suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But had they been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I had been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away, as if to remind me of the fear from that time before. Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out.
Transferred meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees. Underneath her emotionless smile, that had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun?
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important, was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do?
Transfer?
Okay. Whoa. Oh my god, what? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, Parsley. That's crazy, Parsley. Isn't it crazy? Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Oh, I locked in. Okay. Yeah. Let me see. Your voice acting is so good. I'm freaking out. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really enjoyed. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi has done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly and for no reason. At least, none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Do you think he's being paranoid, or is there something to his ramblings? I'll tell you what I thought the first time I read it. I thought everyone is insane. While I was reading it, I was like, everyone is insane. But Keiichi is paranoid. I think there's something greater going on, but it seems to me that Keiichi is paranoid. I'm speaking from the perspective I had when I was reading this for the first time. Yeah. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he's transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? He's paranoid, but it's kind of justified. I think he's paranoid because there's a lot of weird things going on. Was my judgment upon everything that's happening. It's like there's a lot of interesting stuff. Interesting, things that we don't understand, right? Like they keep him in the dark about so much, I feel like. And that, I think, is making him really paranoid, is what I thought at the time. Yeah. Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. First seal keychain, cute! I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You are kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door, but there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi, how do you know they are there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence, because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me, But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there, when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. All right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I didn't really... Who is it? There we go. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal, yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. Ah! All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head, suppressing all my thoughts and emotions. I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there, right there. Somebody was there, until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. Dam? Like the dam construction? The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firmly in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. Oh my god, it's Mjolnir. It's Thor. It's just like Thor. It's basically just like he's popping out. Oh my god. Wait, I'm gonna take
Let's take ibuprofen together.
all this voice acting is making my head hurt, but I'm enjoying it too much to stop. Okay. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Rah! I brandished my will to fight. The after-image of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard. It was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! I'm not very good at screaming like a guy. My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike with certainly fatal force behind it shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house?
Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. And without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion. I was amidst my confusion. Sorry. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. One piece! Sorry. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd be possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Why would the villagers do that? Eh? Isn't that... Eh? Okay. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But it was a manifestation of if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. We should arrest God. Oh my god. Okay. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slightly possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refuse Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. Ugh. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oh, Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I wouldn't still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I wouldn't have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing.
I. Are we all. Are we all, like, concerned at the very least? Or is it just me?
The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Well, give me 1 second. 1 moment, please. 1 second, please. Okay. I need water. My throat. I need hydration. What if the cop is the demon? Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Well, okay. Sorry about that. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Hey, Chi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things, so I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive, so instead I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavor ones I like. Yummy! Oh my god! Yummy! But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance from Tokyo to Hinamisawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy is really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism, but something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there won't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. She's so sweet. What the heck? Mommy. Sorry. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. The garage? Garage? There we go. I said that was so weird. The garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Ah, I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Well, bro, you really need to get the paper? Like, are we for real? Let's think a little bit. If you're so worried, why do you need to get the paper, my guy? Like, literally, you don't. Your family isn't even there, so it doesn't matter if you leave the paper outside, right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. I think this guy's a little stupid, but it's okay. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure, this time, it should be fine. Oh, he doesn't want anyone to suspect his parents. Yeah, you're right. When you put it that way. But, like, can't his parents leave the paper out, too? Like, I don't know. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Okay. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maebara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call them when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in for my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone calls just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello. I stopped announcing this was the Maebara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Oishi-san? Is that you, Maebara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you are doing well. Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait. How were things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mayabara-san? Huh? Sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me.
Okay, but as if, like, if your parents were there, you could die too. Like, if your concern is dying, I mean, if they're gonna kill you, they might as well kill your parents. That doesn't really change much, right? I don't know.
Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick. The two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole in to thread string through. Not that, Mayabara-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle in the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet and then flapping it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pail, and poured out contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it.
To find a needle? Okay, sure. Great idea, Keiichi. Whatever.
It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it.
I don't think that's a good idea, buddy, but okay, if you say so.
It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. Also, ew, nasty. Like, if there really is a needle and you were prickling, whatever you call it, your finger with it, and you're running your fingers all through the trash, isn't that like a playground for germs, basically? Like, isn't it really like prone to cause like an infection or something? I think. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, that's besides the point. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. With a red pen, of all things. Oh my god, this guy is like setting up a crime scene so crazily. Isn't he like he left like a note behind the clock? He is leaving like a I don't know, he's leaving like so many different ominous like things. I'm so confused. Like, why is he doing all of this? It's crazy. The enemy is already contaminated. Yeah, true. Did I ever tell Parsley's that I wanted to be a forensic therapist before? Ashne-chan. Anyways, I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for for far too long. Hello? How did it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san. That isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time. Did you see the license plate? I could search for it from here. Damn. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused on protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I don't know much more than that it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Maebara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence, that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Rena said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect of the way things are going, I'll end up the same fate as Satoshi. Did she say that? Did she? Did she say that? I feel like she did not say that. Like not even to the effect of that. Okay, that's a first for me. Yeah. Forensic therapist or a detective. I wanted to be a detective. Yeah, I think I would be a really great detective. Honestly, we talked about it a few times, but yeah. Rena said, in fact, I'm not gonna say anything about it because I'm being really cautious and mindful about spoilers, obviously. And everything I say about my conjectures and my predictions about this game is kind of based on my feelings when I was playing the specific chapter, because I remember. But I predicted the entire plot of Higurashi, pretty much. Well, I'm still in the final chapter, in my own personal read-through. But yeah, I predicted a lot of it. Like all of it, pretty much. And it's not really predictable, so you will see. It's gonna be exciting. That's definitely not what she said. Not outright, but kind of implied. Oh, you think so? I thought she said something like, why are you doing everything that he is doing? Like, this is so weird. This is really off-putting. But I guess, I mean, I understand feeling like that, but I guess I would say, like, it made me feel... Sorry, I needed to burp. It made me feel like she was implying that instead of just saying, like, she said it implied that, I guess. I don't know. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena said Satoshi transferred out, so given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Maebara-san, that was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning. I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san, except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios, whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being a part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers. Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residents close to the Maebara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did now. Oh! Jump scare! Ooh. Okay.
Hi, Searchtopia. Welcome in. Yes, I love Higurashi. I'm so happy to be going through it. We're finishing chapter 1 now, but I'm excited to read the rest of it with everyone.
Okay. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. Ooh. So I had to ask right now because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask you. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened to her at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello, Maebara-san. Sorry. Someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is. A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine. I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did, in which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Gulp. Gulp.
Gulp. Oh my god.
Oh god, I almost quit the game accidentally. Okay, let's save just so I don't have that issue. Ever. Let me drink water. Okay. It would be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends.
Good evening.
Rena? There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. Cue the monitoring video clip. There's nothing. This old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena?
Yeah.
It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here?
Hey, Kichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder?
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Hey, that's dangerous for her, too. What the heck?
Then it can't be helped, I guess.
Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility of that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
Have you eaten yet, Kichi-kun?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't here, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it?
Then good. Look here, I brought a bunch of dishes.
Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Rena-chan!
If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff.
It's fine. You don't need to do that.
But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Kichiko not like that type of stuff, I wonder?
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock, roots, and potatoes, dense and fibrous, I guess? Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time.
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Oh my god. Any Japanese people can confirm? I'm just voice acting. That's so funny though, bro. That's crazy.
Also, I made some pickles. I made sansai pickles this time.
Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
And also...
But wait, there's more. So delicious, it just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits as she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my weariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise, and that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. Not my household, but I respect it. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange, unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena wasn't sure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon.
Huh? Is that so? Is that so?
I know you went through all the effort and everything, but well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
But some of this could work as side dishes, I think.
I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so...
Huh? You have side dishes?
With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions unapologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
So, Kichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
No. Well, it's not that Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made these dishes. No, not so much that I had made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. Well, I mean, she did assume that you made them, because she said you cook, but okay.
Did you really make them?
Excuse me.
The side dishes? Did you, Kichi-kun?
It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
How about I try guessing what Kichi-kun's dinner will be?
It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat.
Let's see.
This conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
Your dinner, I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water?
Hey, now stop with the insults. I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Gee, I wonder why. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
Kichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner?
No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
Hey, Kichi-kun.
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap doorway.
Is your mom home? I wonder.
I couldn't keep up this charade? Charade? I don't remember how you say that anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. Charade, right? But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare.
Why? What do you mean?
I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
Why have you been lying to me? I wonder.
I'm not lying.
That's a lie, isn't it?
It's not a lie.
Lies!
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
So I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun. Let's see.
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had to come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she could be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant?
Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it?
That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Dang. Sorry. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot.
Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine, so the fact that she was inferring that I was thinking what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
Do you like them?
Do you mean noodles?
No.
Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you say just now?
Huh? About what?
Just now. You asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer that was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
Pork bone and ginger flavor.
That's the exact specific flavor that Keiichi Maebara picked up with his parents. No? A gulp! I wonder how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank, until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring, as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that?
Why, I wonder? Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it?
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me!
You bought them at 7th Mart. Didn't you?
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that?
I was behind you, following you the entire time.
What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
That's because I was right behind Katie comes back the whole time.
Like, that night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind that door, behind me, standing there, just like that.
When Keiichi-kun was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. And you picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that you love so much, didn't you? I like it too! Pork bone noodles, but I can never eat a whole big bowl myself.
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then, I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff. Eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay?
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
Open up, Keiichi-kun.
Please? Go away. I beg you, please go away.
How can you say something so mean, I wonder?
Please go away. Go away! Go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate there. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might, but that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing, and the source of that was Rena's fingers, each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
It hurts! Keiichi-kun! It hurts!
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing.
It really hurts! Keiichi-kun! I'm sorry! I'm sorry if I was messing your head too much!
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change how any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
It hurts! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Go away! Go away! Go away! Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go away. Go away. Go away.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ichi-kun. I'm sorry. Open up. Ichi-kun.
Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before me, Aunt had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know, and just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home has served no purpose from the start. I thought I should have just pretended to be out and not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant.
Sniveling? Sniveling?
I actually don't know. I'm so immersed right now. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello? Oishi-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this, not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Renarugu-san. It feels so weird to read the names like Renarugu, like not Japanese. I don't know why I do that, but I feel like they speak in such an American tone in my headcanon that I have to read it like Renarugu instead of Renarugu. You know what I mean? Ooh, it's like jarring, I will say. I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it would be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything. Thank you. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue, and then I said it. I think Renaryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Renaryugu is involved. Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was, pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait, disappointed but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof. Can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof.
He's a little dense, isn't he? Like, he could have just taken the food if he really wanted evidence that bad. He could have just taken the food from Rena and then, like, given that to Oishi-san. No? Like, what? Oh my god, I just... I want you to know, I have a Chikawa plushie, okay? I have a Chikawa plushie I'm gripping firmly the entire time because I just... Oh! I literally... Hold on, it has a squeak. Literally, I've been gripping that the entire time because... I just... he makes me so angry, okay? He makes me so angry. Does this to Keiichi-kun? Anyways, what I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maebara-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring.
Well, you know, he's a police officer, so, I mean,
It should be, I think. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. You know, people die when they are killed. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, I feel like you should know. People die when they are killed, just in case you didn't know, you know. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out, not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maebara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then, at least I wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. You are aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
I need to burp. Give me 1 second. Okay.
There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay? Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamisawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Renaryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police, and it's a personal inquiry, if what you're telling me? This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean.
Do we have an agreement? All of it is just from what you heard? Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing, before you said you saw it in a chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
No, I think there's smoke without fire as well.
There can be smoke without fire, for sure. But okay, I know that's just saying, but it's like a flawed logic, okay? Not to be a smartass or anything, but like, anyways. Please tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. Is he really tight-lipped? I'm gonna be honest. I feel like he's a little bit too loose-lipped. Like, he's giving me so much information. He doesn't, technically know if I'm not involved in any, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of weird to me, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamisawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew. There is a much difference between what I know and what you know, Maebara-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamisawa. The incident Rena was responsible for and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. Yes? Sorry. Anyways. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they are the ones after all. No, that's not what I meant by suspect them. Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without a warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Wait. Those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. Okay, that's important. Please remember that. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Maebara-san, can you hear me? There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe in this shower, which more resembled a waterfall. Droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. Wait. Her hand is bleeding. Oh, Rena. Oh, Rena. Both of her hands are bleeding. Oh, Rena. Oh, man. This is so... These kids. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard in her mouth. With her cheeks puffing out, what could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello? Maebara-san. Can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Huh? Maebara-san? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello? Maebara-san. What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive. Ooh, it is a night. Oh my god, this is crazy. It's kind of like the beginning, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Do you remember? Kana. Remember at the beginning when there was a poem about apologies and there was a quote about a relentless apology being repeated over and over and over again? Huh, interesting. Maebara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? Bro really needs a therapist. Bro needs admit. I guess. Oh, ooh, okay. We're not gonna read the rest of the tips because I fear that they will have spoilers or kind of information that would be best not to know. But let me see where we are at really quickly, and I will also go to the bathroom. And then we will see if we continue or we leave it for next time. Because I think we only have like a little bit left. So like it might be a little late when we finish, but I think it's best if we finish today. I don't know. What do you say? Will you enable me? Answer that while I go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow. Silence, but it never felt right, searching for my reason to fight, but like branches or paths intertwine, and you called out my name with a smile. Like the first light of spring, all my doubts to bear. The moment you brought this verdancy into my life, I knew I was free. Now I know I will prevail. You by my side, with all that the future entails. The bonds between us are never undone. We'll face the unknown, persevere till we've won. Now I know I will stay strong. All of my fears fading when you came along. No matter what, I'll stay by your side, and we'll face the horizon into the sky. So I'll go, never give in. Treasure this faith you gave me and carry it forth. No matter what the seasons may bring, these flowers will blossom forevermore. This is how my story begins, holding all my conflicts within, wishing one day this forest will glow, all the while I lay trapped in this never-ending snow.
Okay, I'm back. Are we ready? We're gonna zoom. Well, no, we're not gonna zoom, but we're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in, and we're gonna try to finish this pretty soon. Okay, tonight. Yes. So next week we can play Watanagashi. So chapter 2. Okay, let's go. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bed and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door, waiting, watching, just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying, and attack me. Okay.
She's a little crazy, but okay.
But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it would be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. 1 second. Bro was playing Five Nights IRL. You're so right. Oh my god.
Hoodie Cosbear. 5 Nights at Fresbear.
Okay, sorry. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me.
But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's pad. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. Okay, didn't he disappear? I mean, well, I guess, but like, it's just like there's so, I don't know. There's so many layers. I'll make sure I dispel them. Also, I did say it before, but just in case, everything I say, I'm saying as I would without knowing everything I know, having played the game, the entire game. You know, I'm just acting. Well, not acting. I'm like reacting in the way I did back then. It's not performative. I'm just kind of choosing to forget everything I know and reacting in a way that I only know what I'm reading right now. So just so you know, we're spoiler free, okay? Except for that one thing I told you was important, which it's not super important. It's not a spoiler or anything like that, but it's kind of interesting, I would say. Okay. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Ren Armion, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of these cupboards were still strewn all over the entryway. Was a cool throwback? No, not that one. The one about someone's eye getting injured beyond, like, being okay. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now and considering what would happen if I run into Ren Armion. It wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. Oh. Excuse me. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maebara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me.
Like, kind of a crazy thing to like just say, you know, just predict, just think.
I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened, but I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. Ugh. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incidents before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. I just, like, why are you saying that? Like, why are you even thinking about that? Why are you even thinking about that? Anyways. Kei-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion, if you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tacitly keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Keitan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear, that's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging.
Poor Mion. Don't be mean to her.
Normally, she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this, but Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here, or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it shouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, right? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later.
Now is fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others, that's out of the question.
Well,
Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it did not look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire.
This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts.
I relate to that. What's this all of a sudden?
If you have something to say, just say it.
Stop it. Stop that swinging. She got straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already dropped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? I just stop, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody?
Ugh.
Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it. Because, Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it.
Huh?
Yeah. He transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it, for the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. Kei-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo, Satoko's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Rena asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me that Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings right before he went missing. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Mion panicked and looked around. Please, Keitan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Ren especially. Dangerously so. Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to... You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. When someone was dismembered and murdered, you lied to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Okay, that's not true. Sometimes that's not true. Sometimes you have private things and that's okay. I do not condone this, man. I do not condone this, man, okay? Just so you know. And it's not a lie if you have private matters. I'm just saying. Okay. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends.
Kei-chan, wait.
Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those Gedwell mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You or Rena?
Me.
She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend?
It was just a little prank.
Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle. A sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonosaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who is not my friend, so just leave me alone for a while.
Oh, hi, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid, TV. Welcome. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Just so you know, I don't know if you're familiar with Higurashi or not. We are playing Higurashi and we are currently finishing it. So I would say be mindful of that. If you don't want to get spoiled for the first chapter, please keep that in mind. Okay, and I am voice acting, so it might be a little bit jarring, but welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sugi, Aoki, Woodland Dragon Bard and Guildmaster at your service. I hope you had a wonderful time with TV. Thank you so much for stopping by, and if you need to, to rest or whatnot after your stream, please feel free to do so, okay? Don't let me hold you, but thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. What were you up to? You were so shocked to see Higurashi, I kind of forgot it was a game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the game is the source material, actually. Yeah, I love Higurashi so much, so I'm excited to be reading it live, too. Yeah, but thank you so much. All right, I'll hop right into it, because I need to make haste and voice act, but please enjoy if you would like. If you need to lurk, that's okay. Please get some food, please, get some rest and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. So nice to meet you. Thank you. Okay, let's go.
Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who is not my friend, so just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Ooh! Excuse me, I needed to burp. Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on to you from the start, so don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also know you've spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Myung was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You are so mean, Kei-chan. Me. I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. Okay, anyway, sorry. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Oof, boy. I feel like, not because I'm a girl, just because I am Sugiyaki, it is so easy to make me cry. I've made a lot of people find out how troubling it is to make a girl cry before. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself, but it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. So, it was that bastard. He linked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. I'm going to kill that damn old man. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. Visage mention? Terrifying game. Rice, attention! Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked at me in the eye. Did contacts exist in the 80s? I feel like... whatever. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in to the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my head around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly I knew, this would be the last day of this cycle.
Okay, Chikun. Oh my goodness.
I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be among the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me.
That's skip. No, I didn't skip. I let the ambience do the voice acting for the Higurashi because I figured they can do a much better job than I can. you know. Okay, I'll voice act it. Weep, 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 weep. Okay, there you go. Stop crying. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. I get it. I did it now. Okay, happy? Are you happy? Whatever. Mm. Anyways. Give me just one quick second, please. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, I punched you really hard. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Wait, pat. I hope that wasn't loud too. Did you hear it? Was it loud? I'm sorry. Oh no. I have pretty long nails and it got like attached to the microphone. Was it loud? I'm sorry. Wait, was it actually? I'm gonna have to go listen to it later. Sorry. Okay. At that moment, the shrill of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. Keiichi rubbing on you? Ew, I don't want that guy anywhere near me. Actually, I'm good. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It was something I could hold back. It wasn't something I could hold back for long, but in this moment, I needed to be razor sharp. I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly among the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I wasn't able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looks like she was grinning slightly, and in her right hand was a hatchet. DVD reference? No, just kidding. Sorry. Anyways. I hid myself behind the tree once again. Sorry, no wait, it's not hatchet. It's not even hatchet, it's hatch. Yes, Sal. Okay, anyways. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare.
Is that really a UP moment? I don't think so. Baseball, practicing my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet? There was no excuse for that. A hatchet, just like that.
Keiichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? I wonder.
My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here.
Who are you trying to scare me, I wonder? I wonder.
I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree.
I found you, Keiichi-kun.
Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me that she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Oh, good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back, don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my verbato. But Rena didn't flinch one bit.
Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm headed home.
Then what about the hatchet?
And what about the bat you're holding?
I'm practicing my swing.
Then I'm treasure hunting.
Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting?
At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing. So I need this to dig it out.
How could I believe that?
You wouldn't believe it, would you?
Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious.
Wait, Keiichi-kun.
Rena didn't stop walking even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. The cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me!
I can't do that. My house is this way after all.
When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That would work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually slipping out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror.
Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he?
I don't want to talk about anything with you.
That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there?
Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace.
Let's talk, Keiichi-kun. Talk.
Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street?
Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about?
Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything.
Lies!
Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't getting any farther away?
I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat.
I'll listen. This time I'll listen.
I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do.
This time I'll listen. It will be different from the time with Satoshi-kun.
When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. I was so sad.
Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs? It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window.
I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that.
The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm.
So, you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again.
Damn it. What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi.
Come on, Keiichi-kun. Talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally.
I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
If Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time, we'll team up and be Michan!
Yeah. How much fun would that be? Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days.
You could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could go right now. Let's go out to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it, too.
My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and flattered. Faltered? Was I flattered? Hard on my heels. Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating.
Are you afraid of something? I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun.
Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then as both of her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that, with that hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions.
I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out.
Enough of that transfer crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can't tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you, Mion, or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about.
Then I'll say it in a way so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths?
You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun.
What?
There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will.
Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too?
It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period.
Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist.
You don't believe me? Oh, you don't believe in Oyashiro-sama?
There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist.
It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally.
I never felt something like that.
Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? Oh no, wait! Oh no, I'm so sorry. I think the sound alerts don't work. I always forget to deactivate them. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I wish I could give it back. I'm so sorry. Wait, I'll just deactivate it right now. I am so sorry, seriously. Skebs, no, I seriously did not mean to. I just did not have them active, like the sound source, because I did ASMR yesterday. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll do this to repent for my sins. Give me just 1 second. Maybe it's not worth as much to you, but here. I have a gifted sub. I'm so sorry. Well, okay. I'll delete the panel because I forgot. There we go. I apologize. Alright, here we go.
All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded, loudly and terribly.
You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside.
I couldn't understand what Rena was saying.
It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamisawa.
I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying?
Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Kichi-kun? I'm probably the only one who you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out. Okay?
Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rena. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? Ueshi-san began speaking. Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter, so all of these details are just what I heard from those involved, meaning it's not that credible. You said there were victims. Didn't Rena just break all the windows? No. Rena Ryugu had attacked 3 boys using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged. Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her? Okay, sorry. For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so they were beaten with a bat and stuffed. Sorry, that's not what that says. Okay, they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally, there would be a criminal investigation, but why didn't they press charges? I tried asking the 3 male victims of their side of the story, but they all were reluctant. It's hard to say, but they were all afraid, even after she transferred schools. Oishi-san, could you summarize it starting from the beginning? Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different. Here we go. On an undisclosed date, Rena Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. So it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together. So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down, one after the other. What? There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after another. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her. What was this change Rena underwent? What matches up in the statements from the 3 was a sudden change. The point that there was a transformation. Transformation. I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena. That transformation they are talking about. Had it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does that happen often? Where people change suddenly like Rena did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then, you're saying there was a dormant element in Rena that caused the transformation. I cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat? Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I, myself, sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now. Then, what happened after that? There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried and treated quickly. But what about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, the police can't get involved unless they are called. Even though one was badly injured with permanent damage, why didn't they fire charges? That's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them, or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to. We're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I, that the victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at the school tell you anything? A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. I didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. Then there was no comment from the school? No. They denied the incident ever happened. It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. The victims didn't speak. The school denied it happened. Then you don't know anything at all. Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished this incident to be kept from the public, so if you and I both forget about it, Mayabara-san, then this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The simple assault case? She beat them with a freaking bat. What is... what is Blood talking about? Okay. Interesting. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void as if it never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended by the school. And during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Did you hear anything from that doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at least very tight-lipped. Nothing even after you showed them your badge? I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legally binding authority after all. Then how did you know that Rena confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked in that department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge. Then, what did she say? Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the room. The nurse said that at the time, Rena Ryugu was very calm and mild-mannered. It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up? Partway through, she screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in.
It was Yashiro-sama!
Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you're speaking of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good patient, listener.
Whoever abandons Hinamisawa will be hunted down by Yashiro-sama! And it's finally gotten to me.
That's the town you lived in before you moved here, isn't that right, Ryuko-san?
I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it.
Ryuko-san must have lots of friends in Hinamisawa. Even now you must be missing them dearly, don't you think?
I want to go back to Hinamisawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner, but now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come.
Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamisawa, isn't that right?
Everyone knows it's Hinamisawa's garden deity, and if you ever try abandoning Hinamisawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath.
You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that this god has arrived. Is that what you're saying?
You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists.
That nurse was then asked by another curse to do something and left the room. That was all that she remembered. That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right? I do believe there is that kind of superstition in Hinamisawa, that if you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, Maebara-san. I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then, the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters, and leading advocates to the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from this thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit, over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamisawa was called Onigafuchi, didn't I? I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamisawa was feared and respected as the village of demons. The villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the demons, so Onigafuchi was hallowed ground that you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onigafuchi, in other words, Hinamisawa, would be cursed. I could understand that. I know that. But for leaving to also be no good, that's... Also, the demons, you see, they were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they would not enter into our world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onigafuchi and the rest of the world. I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess. Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world? I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. It's mostly what was passed on to me from my mother. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamisawa would be cursed, and those who try to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamisawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means because Rena moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama? Is that what it adds up to? In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards, they did move back to Hinamisawa after all. Those who abandoned Hinamisawa and left were cursed. But then why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it would be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. How does he know that her parents aren't, though? Like, that was also another big leap in judgment to Keiichi-kun, okay? At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watanagashi. I don't like saying at most, though. Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Rena beating her classmates with a metal bat or why the victims wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Maybe so. Of course, I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I really was under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No. More importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. Gulp. And here right now, it was standing before me. Rena, please tell me, what will happen to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared, but Rena didn't disappear, so what will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling.
Don't worry. I'll save you.
Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head.
Now then.
One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision.
Speak.
One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer.
There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Speak, okay? Speak, okay?
I slammed down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when that laugh ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast even I couldn't believe it, and pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. Oh, dang, he really, pushed her. Wow. I mean, I get it, but ooh, that's crazy. Anyways. It was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time, Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. Honestly, like, why did you even take that bad, bro? Honestly, like, okay. Hold on, give me 1 second. God, this is so intense. Okay, I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head, and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew, but I couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the damn site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw 2 villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just going out for a walk. But at this time of day, 2 adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. More than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that the moment I began to run oh my god, I'm reading so fast because I'm deciding that the moment I began to turn trail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else, but right now I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me. But this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, the straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Kichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like the time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then? Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or with the left leg. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right, left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. What? The 2 of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms ready to grab me instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard! It's fine. If it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore of my body. Then I'd just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist into my gut. Not good. With this distance in this position and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a ragdoll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. Ooh, hold on. Excuse me. Okay. It didn't hurt at all. Oh my god. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength.
Oh my god, what is happening, Parsley? This is crazy.
I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me. I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. Oyasumi nasai, Oja-sama.
Ooh, Higurashi when they cry.
面白いですね。Aha, a familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body.
Feeling alright? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit.
Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries, I guess. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why am I?
Don't you remember?
After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. Welcome to my life, bro.
I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd better just lie down until then.
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site.
That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got here, Kichi-kun was already passed out.
That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by those two weirdos.
Attacked? I don't know if attacked. But okay.
As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor.
Didn't she just say that she found him here?
Did she have some help?
Don't you remember, Kichi-kun?
Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile.
I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. You don't remember?
I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two?
Huh?
When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys.
There wasn't anyone.
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena, but if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would even have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly, yet I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though.
Sorry.
Rena couldn't say anything else. Dude. Bites my tongue. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Mion?
Oh, you look just fine.
Hi, Maya-chan.
Oh, Maya-chan, this is like really big spoilers for Higurashi. I don't know if you were planning on reading, but just so you know, this is like the very ending. I really recommend it if you like horror. Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I came to check up on you.
Also, please go check out Maya-chan, okay?
She's awesome sauce. She's beautiful and amazing.
How did you know I collapsed?
I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need any reason other than that?
I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
Rena, doesn't Kichan look pretty alright? Jeez, you made me worry for nothing.
That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well.
They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
Whoa, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this?
The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday.
I just remember Needles and Snack and it made me fear this game anime. Oh my god. I think you would like it. Honestly. It's written by the same person that wrote Silent Hill F. And you would love that one, I think, personally. But yeah. I fell, you see, and the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it.
This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling.
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. Oh my god. This guy, bro.
But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come, back in bed. Back in bed.
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
Rena, did you call the director? Yup. Right after I called Mii-chan, he said he'd be right over.
Director? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who's this director?
Didn't you know, Kei-chan? We mean the director when we say director. Like the director of a movie, or like a foreman of a construction site.
I dug through all of my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena just said, the construction site foreman, the very first victim of the first incident, the dismemberment at the dam, construction site, the foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does that director have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about.
Kei-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the director will be happy to hear that.
So who is the director?
The director is the director.
So who is this director? Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
Oh yeah, we should finish up before the director comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan?
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. I remember? Remember what?
Keiichi-kun, honey, forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty? About the penalty? Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? You forgot about that homework, didn't you?
I certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I fought that sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for what? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible, being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing?
Don't move. This is your penalty.
My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength. It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they?
Kei-chan, no struggling.
Club rule number... it doesn't matter which one.
You can't fight against the penalty.
Mion. No, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
Need to finish this up before the director comes.
Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I couldn't tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe, the kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Brenna held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter, blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever reproduce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times.
Don't worry. It won't hurt.
What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this?
What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you?
About what? I don't understand any of this at all.
I know you know. No use in playing the fool this late in the game.
Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse me.
You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san.
What? The same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe?
You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now.
No, that's not a yippee moment, bro. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean, the same as Tomitake-san? Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run, except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed it was a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? No, nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight to his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him? Just give up. All right, then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting there? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands of the clock had stopped moving the entire time. My eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. It was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I didn't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Keiichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There is no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Kichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san, but right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the 2 of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them, you think? But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out of an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all there. All here. The 2 of them collapsed here, and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these 2 were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. Also, as long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all matter of time now. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered, besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation.
The ache in my chest caused by the gruesome deed I'd done dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor.
Your gut, I feel like your gut needs some surgery. Like, actually, but I don't know.
That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door, pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van. No mistaking it. That van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then use the public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all of that, there was one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why. There was one more thing important than getting out of here right now. Writing it down? I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It would be fine if it was... wait. Okay. Yeah. It would have been writing another passage with ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I'd never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There were 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamisawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents, killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death, but Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of this string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So, then there must be something hidden there. Please investigate the victim from the dismemberment incidents. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I need to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug, it was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Ding dong. The bell rang. They were here.
I couldn't write anymore, but even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. This is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back on the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray, Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I'll leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion, I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go, or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them, but they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or it could be those happy days were all of us sad as well. Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me, or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever, and when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly dumb idea, having beaten down both Rena and Mion. I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that, the identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far, even if I had to drink mud and eat grass. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living, so I can't die. For my sake and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. I ran toward the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again, as if to urge me on. Behind this single, solitary room, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound.
There he is, the back door.
A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi!
One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. It's like adrenaline, right? I just ran. I just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was without a doubt chasing me like a shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening, trying to tell me something. And then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps, but the farther I ran, the farther away the chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Just a little bit more. Like, just a little bit more. A little bit more left, okay? The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off smoke crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. Why would you discard the 5 mansu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn. You're still in Tenpai if you cut the 5 mansu. If you're beating on a height day, then shouldn't you be going into it with a mangan? No clue what any of this is about, by the way, but we will learn how to play mahjong soon, so that's cool. Koma-chan, look at the pond. They all discarded a 5 mansu. It's a safe tile. You'd hate it if at endgame someone was sitting on a tenpai on the last turn, wouldn't you? The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, you can't call Ron with your winning tile in that Haite. Okay, this part... okay. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Whoa, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. Why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line, from a payphone. Oh, why, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san? Hello? If it isn't Maebara-san, why, good evening. From the tone of Maebara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maebara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone. Please calm down. Did something happen? His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened? I... Calm down, Maebara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too. I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he? Maebara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where is that payphone? There were no other sounds besides Maebara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrusted all my colleagues sitting across from me. Thrusted at my colleague. Okay, there we go. Hinamisawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, Maebara-san. What is your current situation? It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maebara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maebara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maebara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamisawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes. That's too long. How many officers are in there? 2. Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Maebara-kun. 5 minutes was too long. Did you call the officer station in Hinamisawa? He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out and it'll be impossible to contact them. God damn. Kuma-chan, bring the car around. Understood. Hello? Oh, Rishi-san. Hello. It's all right. I can hear you loud and clear. There was something wrong with Maebara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? Maebara-san, the police are on the way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Maebara-san? I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head. Maebara-san, who is the culprit? How many are there? At first, the culprit was human. I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomiting. Are you all right, Maebara-san? I thought that the culprit was a person and not Yashiro-sama's curse. Up until right now. But I guess in the end... It was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Yashiro-sama does exist. No, he's here. Maebara-san, please calm down. I had been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run, but it just sticks to me like my shadow. Slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back. Maebara-san, are they right now perhaps behind you? Behind me. Behind me. Please, Maebara-san. I can tell you're scared, but please. Who is it that's right behind you? I can't. Just look behind me. If I do... I understand that you're scared, but please tell me. You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Maebara-san? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound. Maebara-san, it couldn't be that you were clawing out your throat. There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Maebara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end and a repeating abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? Maebara-san, hello! I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there? Hello, Maebara-san? Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting, over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, the car is good to go. Oishi-san? It was... I'm sorry. Oishi-san? That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. June 1983. In Hinamisawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maebara, aged... The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Mion Sonosaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. Pay attention to this bar, Parsley. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garbage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingertips were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamisawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death, with a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week. The police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. separated from his group of friends. Isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates were actually heard portions. Oh, his classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college rule notebook that had each been torn in half, and as if trying to conceal it, was stuck behind a clock on the wall. The contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note: I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear of my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Renan and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. We have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. But you may or may not find my body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara. What was ripped out, Parsleys? Ah, Higurashi when they cry. We'll see this next time when we well, I'm thinking about if we should see this or not. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, amazing. It's amazing. What can I say? It's really fantastic. We will continue playing next week. Please let it simmer a little bit. You know what I will do? I will make a channel in our Discord server for you guys to theorize if you want. But I do ask you to sort of spoiler everything just in case somebody doesn't want to see your theories. Because I would love to hear what you're thinking. I, of course, already know what's happening. Oh, I already know what's happening. I play the game. I'm playing it because I want more people to know it. But if it helps, I actually have guessed everything. I will say that while playing this part, like, there's a lot that it wasn't when I played this part that I pieced everything together, but I did guess everything. Yeah. You watched the anime? No, I haven't watched the anime. I feel like, you know, since the visual novel is the source material, it's much more faithful to the story. I think the anime, generally speaking, is set to be, like, pretty empty in terms of like the nuance and stuff like that. So I will watch it later as like as a little plus when I'm fully done with the full story. But you know, it's not. Yeah, like I feel like it accompanies the VN. Is what I hear the most. Hmm. How much did you figure out on your first playthrough? not not very much. Well, I figured that something was wrong with Keiichi, but I can't say what. I can't say what. You guessed everything by this point? No, 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 no. I think I don't remember exactly when, but it was not in the first one. Mm, yeah. Okay. Well, we will keep talking about it next time. We might do the what you just saw. We got the extra behind the scenes, blah blah blah. We might see that before we start chapter 2, which is Watanagashi. I don't really know if I want to show you that or not, but I feel like I don't know. We will see. If I don't show it to you, I will let you know, and you can watch it in your own time accordingly if you see it necessary. But I'm thinking about it because people are pretty torn about whether or not you should watch that when playing the game or if you should watch it after playing the game. Um, so like all of it, you know? So yeah, we shall see. We shall see. But thank you so much for playing chapter 1 Onigafuchi with me. I love this game so much. Onikakushi, sorry. I love this game so much. I'm super excited to play part 2. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I did my best with the VA. I think there's some parts that were really difficult because since I was going for like 7 hours, my throat really gave out. But I do want to keep going. I do want to keep going, and I do want to keep doing even better. So I'm really excited for chapter 2. I think chapter 2 is, well, I can't say what chapter is my favorite because I really don't know ish. But it's like all of the chapters are necessary. But I wonder, how are we gonna get another chapter if Keiichi is dead and Rena is dead and Mion is dead? Huh. Well, I guess you'll have to find out next week. I'll see you then, Parsleys. Don't spoil yourself or else I will hunt you because I see everything. All right. I'll see you soon. I'll be gone tomorrow and the day after that. But I'll see you on Friday, I think. Yeah. All right. Otsugi Parsleys, thank you so much. Otsu. Bye 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 bye.